soon as they show up around the corner, I'll zoom in.
delegation, including Provincial Constable Bali's family. I would like to take a moment to thank and recognize the hymn singers. Your voices have brought comfort as we gather here today. Now, if you are able, please rise for the entrance of the funeral procession led by Pipe Sergeant Chris Gilbertson of the Commissioner's Own Pipes and Drums. Provincial Constable Bali's safe passage has been entrusted to the Ontario Provincial Police Ceremonial Unit. Please be seated. We will begin the funeral service today with a prayer. Please welcome Pandit Abhay Shastri from Hindu Sabha Temple in Brampton, accompanied by Acharya Sudarshan Sharma.
ओम गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात् परम ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महन्तं मादित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात् तमे विदित्वा अतिमृत्युमेति नान्ये पन्था विद्यते अनायं। वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महन्तं आदित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात् तमे विदित्वा अतिमृत्युमेति नान्ये पन्था विद्यते अनायं। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। कृष्णाय गोविन्दाय नमो नमः। शान्तिः शान्तिर्भवतु।
ॐ ब्रह्मन् ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्मवर्चसि जायतामास्मिन् राष्ट्रे राजन्य इषव्यः शूरो महारथो जायताम्। दोग्ध्री धेनुर्वोढा नड्वा नाशुः सप्तिः पुरन्धर्योषा जिष्णोरथेष्ठा सभेयो युवास्य यजमानस्य वीरो जायतान्निकामे निकामे नः पर्जन्यो वर्षतु फलिन्यो न ओषधयः पच्यन्तां योगक्षेमो नः कल्पताम्। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। Namaskaram everyone. Today, as we are mourning the loss of our officer Tarun Bali, in Hindu tradition, whenever the life concludes, we offer our final prayers to one's life. And as most of the mantras are chanted in Sanskrit, today I would like to briefly describe, according to Hinduism, what they have to say about life. This journey, this life, what we have seen, what we have experienced as the life of Tarun Bali, the life aspect which we believe as the consciousness, and the physical body, the physical mortal body, what we carry in our journey, we call it as the house of the soul. The consciousness is again identified as soul or spirit or Atman. And furthermore, our Shastras describe the Atman itself, the consciousness itself, as something eternal. What do I mean by eternal is Anadi and Ananta. Anadi means one without a beginning. Ananta means one without an end. Just like time doesn't have a beginning point to it, nor an end. Time always existed and it will always continue to remain. In a similar way, the soul, the spirit which was housed in this physical body is referred as eternal. So if the Atman is eternal, what makes life or what makes death in Hinduism is the connection. The connection which brings the spirit and the body together, which makes birth, and the disconnection which separates the Atman out of this physical body. And that connection, what keeps the Atman, the spirit and the body together, which is housed throughout our journey, we refer it as Prana Shakti, or the binding force. And this Prana Shakti stays with this physical body throughout our journey and binds the soul along with this physical body. And while the Atman is housed in this physical body, through this physical body, the Atman experiences life. But whenever the time comes, Shri Krishna Paramatma in Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavad Gita is a holy text where it talks about narration. And in this narration, the author placed the whole narration in the midst of warfield. And this narration comes where Arjuna, as a seeker, as a warrior, who wanted to find answers about life, whereas Shri Krishna is answering all his questions. And why this situation, this preaching could have been anywhere else, but not, the author chose to place the whole situation, narration, in midst of warfield. Here, the Arjuna, as the seeker, is represented as a common man. Each one of us are seekers in our life. Every one of us are common man. And there are questions about life there we don't know, we get lost in journey. And this whole life is a play of war where we have survival instincts, we live. At the same time, we go through ups and downs of life. And whenever we become directionless, this book can be a rescue to teach us or show us the path of journey. So in one of the instances, Arjuna asked, what is life? And Shri Krishna responded to him and he said, Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvan janma mritasya cha. Shri Krishna was preaching Arjuna and he said, those who are born, the one and only certainty in life is death. It doesn't matter which caste, creed, race, gender we are all born in, what we believe in, what we follow. At birth and at death, we are all the same. Bhagavan says, Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvan janma mritasya cha. He says, every beginning has an end, and every end is a new beginning. It's a new beginning for the departed soul to start a new journey onwards. It is as certain as death. Every death is a new beginning. And today we are here to offer our final prayers to Tarun Bali for his new journey onwards, the Atman, the spirit which was housed in his physical body, to start a new journey. The prana, which is binding the soul and body together throughout our journey, we call it as Dasha Prana. Dasha Prana means there are 10 kinds of energies. They work in this physical entity, and that's how they bind this physical body and the Atman together. And what are those energies? We call it as Prana, Apana, Vyana, Udana, Samana. So the first 5 of the pranas, we refer them as Sthula Prana. Sthula means one which functions at a conscious level, and it helps 5 of our senses to function: seeing, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, through which we understand the world around us. We call it as Pancha Jnanendriyas. And furthermore, we have Pancha Karmendriyas, the functionality of our body. We call it as the energies which function at a subconscious level, like digestion, thinking, movement of our body. All of this which is happening, the energies behind all of this physical functionality, we refer them as pranas. Whenever the physical body becomes incapacitated or becomes unavailable to help the soul to experience this life, At that point, the prana, the binding force, becomes brittle and it breaks down. And when that happens, the Atman, the spirit which is housed in this physical body, get released out of this physical body. Our Shastras says this prana has passages through which it has entered this physical body, and those passages becomes the point of exit as well. This physical body, what we carry, the mortal body, we call it as prana apana vyana udana samana. We call this physical body, what we carry, as panchabhutas, or 5 elements. So there are Ashta Chakra Navadvara Devanam Pura Yothya. In Yajurveda Aranyaka Prashna, they referred this physical body as Ashta Chakra. Ashta Chakras are the points of spiritual awakening, which are there from the lower part of our spine, and it raises from there till the top of our head. And there are 8 points, which we call it as chakras. And furthermore, it talks about having Navadvaras, or 9 passages, or 9 doors in human body. And what are those 9 doors? Both eyes, both ears, both nostrils, mouth, and our excretory areas. So among the 10 pranas which binded soul and body together, except for one, all of those 9 pranas exit out of this physical body at the time of death through these 9 passages. But the last leg of our journey still remains in this physical entity, and today the prayers are held to help in relieving that energy out of this physical body and bring a closure, as every closure is a new beginning for the soul. Dashama Prana resides within this physical body even upon death, and even upon death the body still continues to function. In a way, it starts to merge itself back into the nature where it has come from. And the nature, what we call it as Prakriti, we refer them as Panchabhutas, or 5 elements. Once the Atman leaves, the body will go back into its eternal state, and that eternal state we refer them as 5 elements, and those are earth, fire, air, water, and space. Everything we see in this nature is a combination, whether it is living or non-living, is one or the other way, is a combination of these 5 elements. When we are alive, we can feel the heat, which is the representation of fire. We breathe in air, we consume water, we occupy space, and we have structural things, which is again referred as earth. So whenever the Atman leaves, this physical body starts to merge itself, put itself back into the nature. In Hindu tradition, we do the final rites and rituals, which is known as Antyeshti Vidhi. At the time of death, the Agni Tattvam, the fire element, leaves the body and body turns cold. In this ritual, we invoke, bring back that fire element by offering prayers. And that fire element, when it consumes through the process of cremation, it opens up the last or the 10th passage for the Dashama Prana, the last leg of our journey to be relieved out of this physical body. And when a child is born, we can notice a small opening right at the center of our skull. And we call it as Brahmarandra. As we grow, it closes. And they say the Agni Tattvam, the final rituals, will help in opening that passage and relieve the Dashama Prana and bring a closure. And furthermore, we offer all our prayers to go as a decorated officer, as a Veer Gati. We call martyrdom as Veer Gati. And we say, our Shastra says, what is the purpose of life? We say, the purpose of life is attain the righteousness or walk in the path of righteousness, which we call it as dharma. Dharma means righteousness. So many people have conflict about what is right to me could be wrong to you, or what is wrong to you could be right to me. So in order to relieve that confusion, Sri Krishna Paramatma in Bhagavad Gita says, Dharmasya moolam karuna. Dharma means the righteousness, which is the foremost goal of one's life, what we call as the first and most important goal of life, which is walking in the path of righteousness. And we say that righteousness should be originated from compassion. Dharmasya moolam karuna. The origin of righteousness is compassion. And what is compassion? Our Shastra says every living being on this earth has a right to live a joyful life. And every action we do to keep ourselves sanity, to bring joyfulness to our life, is dharma. At the same time, any actions what we do should not harm the life, joyfulness of any other living being, is known as compassion. So everything what we do in our life, our actions, as we measure a life of compassion, is what dharma, which is ultimately help us to liberate or find the path of virtue and serve the purpose of life. And today, Tarun Bali has been working as a decorated officer, and he has shown that he has stood all his journey to protect the righteousness, the righteous path, the compassion path, and bring a harmony in society. And these rules and regulations has put in place in this world not to bring a collective happiness for the society. And Tarun Bali has given his ultimate sacrifice in protecting that righteousness into this society. And I pray that God bless him, give him the Paramagati Mahavishnu, give him the word of heavenly abode. And with this, I conclude my opening prayers. Om Yo Vedado Svarah Prokto Vedante Cha Pratisthitaha Tasya Prakatilinasya Yah Parassa Maheshwaraha. Om Shanti 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 Om.
Please stand as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem, which will be performed today by Provincial Constable Richard Pauls, and will be followed by a moment of silence. Uniformed members, please ensure your headdress is on at this time. On behalf of the members in uniform, Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner Thomas Carrique will take the salute. All uniformed members, please come to attention.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for
I would ask that you remain standing as we observe a moment of silence to honor the life and service of Provincial Constable Tarun Bali. Please be seated. Uniform members, you may remove your headdress at this time.
Good morning. My name is Carl Thomas. I am a Chief Superintendent with the Ontario Provincial Police, and I was Darun's Regional Commander. I am joined by John Dumont, Chief Superintendent of Northeast Region. We are both deeply humbled and honored to be presiding over this ceremony as we celebrate the life of Provincial Constable Darun Bali. Last week, many of us watched as Darun was escorted back to his community. The journey passed along communities and under overpasses where fellow officers, emergency services personnel, and members of the public lined the streets and bridges to honor PC Bali. They stood in solidarity with one of our own. We saw the flags, salutes, hand placed over hearts. We witnessed and felt the deep and profound grief together. I thank everyone who attended then and each of you who have come here today to honor our fallen colleague. Darun was a dedicated officer who demonstrated true service, integrity, and an enduring sense of duty. This past Tuesday, I had the opportunity to review a recognition request for Darun. This call to service was a testament to Darun's dedication. In January, Darun and other members of the Dufferin Detachment responded to a call for service involving a person in medical distress. The team responded quickly in a critical moment, taking decisive action. They worked tirelessly to save a life, taking turns performing CPR until medical personnel arrived. The bond within the shift was unmatched, arguably the strongest I've ever seen. Darun was a glue holding the group together during every challenge. Darun's actions that day were a clear reflection of his commitment to protecting others and a life of dedicated service of others. This is an extremely sad time for the policing community. As we honor Darun here today, we also carry the grief of losing Toronto Police Constable Mark Penizzato and OPP Sergeant Brandon Malcolm. Darun's impact will not fade with time. His service and courage will never be forgotten. To all the members of the James Bay and Dufferin detachments, we are here with you. We will continue to support you through this painful time. To Darun's family here today, his wife Kamal, his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bali, there are no words that can fully ease your pain. But please know this, you're not alone. You are surrounded by a policing family and a broader community that stands with you today and in the days ahead. Your loss is shared, and your loved one's legacy will never be forgotten.
Today we are reminded of the profound realities of policing, the courage it demands, the risks it carries, and the extraordinary individuals who choose this path. Tarun was one of those individuals. He chose to put on the uniform and answer the call to protect Ontarians each and every day. The impact of Tarun's service and life reached far beyond the calls for service that he answered, and he will be remembered for that. I recently had the privilege of learning more about Tarun. He was not only a dedicated officer, but a friend, a loved one, a husband, a son, a brother, a grandson, an uncle, and much more. His life touched countless others. Tarun was a volunteer with the Peel Region Victim Services and was part of the Sertal Heritage Organization, a charity that promotes Indian music in the Greater Toronto Area. He brought positive energy to every room, a genuine warmth that drew people in. He had a friendly nature and a determination that inspired everyone around him. Tarun was especially fond of his Mercedes-Benz, which is here today in the arena. Tarun is and will always be an integral part of the OPP family, respected by colleagues and valued by all that knew him. He was always willing to help, as he did when he agreed to deploy to Northeast Region, stepping up to serve where it was most needed. Tarun served in 11 different detachments, from his home in Dufferin to Ottawa to James Bay, putting in countless hours. He also encouraged his peers to serve in other detachment areas as well. Tarun demonstrated leadership, selflessness, and a deep dedication to our shared mission. It is rare to see someone who has such a remarkable impact in such a short time. Thank you to Kamal, Mr. and Mrs. Bali, and the rest of your family for sharing this day with us and allowing us to pay our respects to Tarun. We stand with you and share in your grief. Today we are honored in the presence of the Honorable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, His Honor Tony Viscardi, the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Deputy Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Michael Kersner, Solicitor General, Michelle D'Emmanuel, Secretary of Cabinet and Head of the Ontario Public Service, Mario Di Tommaso, Deputy Solicitor General, representatives from all levels of government, chiefs of police and their members from across the country and elsewhere, Ontario Provincial Police Association President David Sabatini, OPP Detachment Board members, representatives from many police and emergency services, Indigenous leaders, the strong and resolute survivors of law enforcement, SOUL, our own members of the Ontario Provincial Police, members of the OPP Dufferin County and James Bay detachments, Provincial Communications Centre North Bay, and members of the communities who join us remotely. On behalf of the Bali family and Commissioner Karik, I welcome all of you to today's service. Over the course of the service, we will hear from several speakers, including members of government, police officials, family, and friends. At this time, I invite the 30th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Her Honor, the Honorable Edith Dumont, to the podium.
Commissioner Karik, Premier Ford, Ms. Kamal Sharma Bali, Ashok and Nima Bali, family, friends, colleagues, and all who are grieving. Bonjour, good morning. Aujourd'hui, nous rendons hommage à la mémoire et à l'engagement de l'agent Tarun Bali. Today, the people of Dufferin County, the people of Hearst, the people of Kitchener, the people of Peel, and the people of Ontario mourn Constable Bali. As the representative of the Crown in this province, I offer my deepest condolences. In the fall of 2023, before his first shift with the Ontario Provincial Police, Constable Bali took the oath of affirmation of office, swearing loyalty to His Majesty and to Canada, and committing to preserving the peace, preventing offenses, and discharging his duty faithfully, impartially, and according to law. Not only did Tarun uphold his oath, but he also went above and beyond. With Peel Region Victim Services, he helped people who are affected by crime and tragedies, and he volunteered to be deployed up to Hearst. It takes courage to leave a familiar place and to help where help is needed. It takes courage to answer a call for service, no matter where or when. It takes courage simply to accept the risk that comes with having a duty to keep people safe. To those who serve alongside him, thank you for answering the calls and for accepting the risks that you do each and every day. Our society and our democracy are kept strong and resilient by your vigilance and your bravery. We stand with you in solidarity. May Tarun's commitment and kindness continue to inspire you. To his family, you have shared that Tarun wanted to be a police officer from when he was very young. He fulfilled that dream, and in doing so, he gave so much to the communities he served. Truly, he was a hero in life. The people of Ontario will forever be grateful. We commit to holding him in our hearts as he held us in his home. May he rest in peace, qu'il repose en paix.
Thank you, Your Honor. I now turn the podium over to Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Doug Ford.
Your Honor, Commissioner Creek, and all my colleagues paying their respects, all our incredible frontline officers, I will always be there. I'll always be there to have your backs and support you. Today, we gather to mourn the loss of OPP Provincial Constable Tarun Bali. We're also here with a message to Provincial Constable Bali's family, including his wife, Kamal. Kamal, when I spoke to you the other day, it was heart-wrenching hearing the story. I also want to acknowledge his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Bali, his brother and sister, and extended family, friends, and colleagues. You're not alone. In times of tragedy, the people of Ontario will always come together to grieve, remember, and commemorate Provincial Constable Bali's life, service, and sacrifice in keeping the people of Ontario safe from harm. Provincial Constable Bali was a proud Canadian and proud to serve the people of Ontario, whether at his home, OPP detachment in Orangeville, during his deployment in James Bay region, or through his volunteer work with Peel Region Victim Services. In his role, Provincial Constable Bali would often encounter members of the public, experiencing emergencies or crisis on what might be the worst day of their lives. We know he approached his work with professionalism, compassion, and dedication, helping others and making an irreplaceable mark on the communities he served. Provincial Constable Tarun Bali was a man who put others before himself and who led by example no matter the risk. We can see that reflected in the days and hours leading up to his death, when he showed compassion and bravery despite the risk to himself. I know this loss is being felt far and wide, from the neighborhood in Brampton, where Provincial Constable Bali grew up, to Kitchener, where he got his first start in law enforcement, and the OPP family he has today. Ontario's brave men and women in uniform never know what challenges they'll face when they step out of their front door to keep the people of our province safe. We must never, ever forget Provincial Constable Bali's sacrifice, and we will not. To everyone here today, his family, his friends, his loved ones, and colleagues, while we can never properly repay the debt of gratitude that this province owes him, Provincial Constable Bali will always be remembered as the hero he was, and his legacy will live on forever. Thank you, and may God bless our men and women in uniform.
Thank you, Premier Ford. I now introduce the Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, Thomas Carrique, and welcome him to the podium.
It was somehow symbolic this morning as we stood outside of this arena and the skies opened up, the rain came down, the sound of thunder and lightning around us. I would venture a guess that if any of us were standing out there alone, we may have sought shelter. But the fact that we were together, we stood strong, and we awaited the arrival of Provincial Constable Bali. And as you sit uncomfortable in your wet clothing, I know that you will find comfort that we are all in this together. I would like to start by thanking Chief Superintendents Dumont and Thomas for officiating today's service, for recognizing the dignitaries present, and for welcoming our guests. Your Honor, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario and Premier Ford, thank you for your heartfelt comments this morning and your steadfast support. Kumail, thank you to you and your entire family for the honor and the privilege of paying tribute to Tyrone on behalf of the Ontario Provincial Police. Each and every time an officer is killed in the line of duty, it feels like our hearts stop beating. We struggle to breathe. Our heads are lost in a dense fog, and our souls feel completely empty. It is the power found in the solidarity of policing and the support from law-abiding citizens that enable us to rise again and to carry on knowing that we can rely on each other and that the safety of this province relies on each and every one of you. Since 1909, our OPP family have lost 107 officers in the line of duty, including Sergeant Brandon Malcolm just over a month ago. Police officers know better than most that death is a part of life and that we cannot live without dying. Provincial Constable Bali's life was cut unjustly and tragically short, although not before he could realize his childhood dream of becoming a police officer and far exceeding the expectations entrusted to him as a proud and dedicated OPP officer. We can't allow our living to be overshadowed by the fear of dying unjustly. If we allow it, fear can manifest from the fact that more than 15 police officers have been murdered in Canada since 2020, including 4 OPP officers. The murders of Provincial Constable Bali and veteran Toronto Police Constable Mark Penizzotto, a mere 2 days apart, should be causing every Canadian to reflect on what justice means to us as a nation. For me, justice prioritizes trust and accountability over excuses. It requires the courage to act and the willingness to take a stand for what is right, as opposed to allowing excuses to become justifications for elements in our society that perpetrate harm and erode the very feeling of safety and security. Intent on selflessly protecting the innocent, Provincial Constable Bali was mission-focused and driven by the pursuit of justice. Selfless guardians of justice, like Provincial Constable Bali, like Constable Penizzotto, deserve nothing less than to be protected by laws and supported by a society and systems that protect the innocent, preserve quality of life, and prioritize both public and officer safety. As Canadians, we need to ask ourselves, if our police are not safe, then who is? Maintaining a strong and free Canada depends upon our dedicated and brave police officers. The very Canada the Bali family intently and purposefully immigrated from India to in 2005. A Canada that Provincial Constable Bali was willing to give his life for, and in Ontario, he proudly gave his life to. I vividly remember meeting Tyrone and his family at his OPP graduation. His gratitude and excitement for the opportunity to serve our province was truly inspiring. And the immense pride his family had in him choosing a life of service with the OPP was as evident then as it is today. Provincial Constable Bali's commitment to serving the citizens of Ontario and protecting our communities was defined by a sense of duty, pride, and a love for his fellow officers. Tyrone's commitment to community and family was not limited to where he lived. It encompassed the entire province and all of the OPP. A dedication to duty that often started with a 3 a.m. pre-shift workout to ensure he was physically and mentally prepared to protect his community and back up his team. A dedication to duty that caused him to voluntarily deploy more than 900 kilometers from his home detachment in Orillia to the James Bay detachment in Hearst. A proud and loyal Canadian, his noble motivation was simple and pure: to serve and protect our vast province. His assigned task was simply to perform general law enforcement duties, while local officers from James Bay were assisting with managing wildfires in Northeast Region. Enthusiastic, competent, and hardworking, he was as much at home and as highly respected in James Bay as he was in Dufferin County. Imagine the commitment of an OPP officer like Provincial Constable Bali in what would seem like worlds apart for most Ontarians. He willingly traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers from home to stand as the first line of defense, protecting good from evil, and was willing to give his life to do so. The only guarantee any of us have in life is that our time is limited. A life well lived cannot be measured in time. It's measured by the positive impact we have on others and the lasting legacy we leave. Legacy is everlasting life. Provincial Constable Bali has gifted us with his legacy of service above self and the sense of belonging to a proud team that is defined by dedication to duty and loyalty to family. He reminds us that it is both an honor and our responsibility to serve our province, protect our citizens, uphold the law, and preserve public safety. Provincial Constable Bali valued and exemplified courage. As police officers, you know, courage requires both a conscious willingness and the ability to act. It is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. More than bravery, which is instinctive and fearless. Courage requires the ability to control fear, face danger, confront uncertainty, and overcome pain. Hindu teachings recognize courage as acting with a moral duty, requiring self-discipline and the inner strength to stand up for justice, just as Provincial Constable Bali did. Tyrone, a proud OPP provincial constable, was one of the select few in our province, in fact, in our country, who overcame the fear and apprehension of an ordinary person to become one of the extraordinary ones, willing and able to do what others are unwilling or simply unable to do. Police officers are the reliable protectors we all turn to in times of deep despair and when all else and everyone else has failed us. They are the guardians who preserve the quality of life in our communities, the ones who safeguard the rights, the freedoms, and democracy that is Canada. They save and change lives every day across our great province and in every province and territory, from coast to coast to coast. I give thanks every day that there are officers like Tyrone, willing and able to protect us. Provincial Constable Bali is a testament to my belief that being a respected and trusted police officer is a higher calling in life. It's a privilege, a responsibility, something we must continuously and conscientiously, completely dedicate ourselves to. Provincial Constable Tyrone Bali, your loyal family in blue, has it from here. We will do as you faithfully did. We will courageously and tirelessly continue to serve our province, protect its citizens with pride, with professionalism, and with honor. Provincial Constable Bali, you lived as a hero in life. You made a difference. Your sacrifice will never be forgotten, and your legacy will be your everlasting life. Rest in peace, trusted guardian.
Thank you, Commissioner Creek. Amazing Grace will be led by Ontario Provincial Police Pipe Sergeant Chris Gilbertson. Thank you, Pipe Sergeant Chris Gilbertson and the Commissioner's own pipes and drums. At this time, I welcome the Roon Sergeant Jay Moore, along with platoon members, Provincial Constable Adam Che Rose, Provincial Constable Jacob Pyra, Provincial Constable Ryan Jones, Detective Constable Jaslyn Thompson, and Provincial Constable Sharish Singh to the podium. Sergeant Moore will be sharing words of reflection on behalf of the platoon.
Well, Bally, you always had a way of making an impression. You never did anything halfway, and you were never one to shy away from the spotlight. So it seems only fitting that today you've managed to get the whole shebang. For those who don't know me, I'm Jay Moore, a sergeant at the Dufferin OPP detachment. Bally called me Sarge when we first met, but later I was honored to be known as Papa Moore, a title that spoke to the friendship and family-like bond that we shared together. Before I begin, I want to explain why I'm calling him Bally. It's not out of any disrespect for his given name of Tarun. The truth is that police officers have a somewhat limited capacity when it comes to names, and as most of you know, we're not necessarily the smartest bunch, so we tend to go by last names. So to his immediate police family, he is and always will be Bally. Standing here with me today are as many of Bally's platoon mates that we could fit up here. I know the rest of you that are out there would love to be up here with us as well. Many of you may think of them as colleagues or co-workers, but to Bally and to us, we were much more to each other. We were his brothers, his sisters, his OPP family, and we were bound by a connection that went far beyond our uniforms. These individuals stand here today not only for themselves, but on behalf of the many others who shared that same bond with Bally. Those gathered among us and those that could not be here today. Over the past 9 days, we've been carrying the weight of this immense loss and heartbreak, and I've searched for the right words to share with you all today. The stories come easily, believe me, there are countless of them. But finding words worthy of honoring Bally in the way he deserves has been much, much harder. I'll do my best to honor him with the words my heart and sorrow will allow me to say today. I wish to thank the Bally family for entrusting me with the opportunity to honor their husband, son, grandson, brother, nephew, and one amazing uncle in whatever small way I could today. My first exposure to the positive force of energy that was Bally occurred in May of 2024. He showed up at our detachment on his first official day at the Dufferin OPP, sporting the brightest baby blue suit I think I have ever seen. He was paired up with our resident fingerprint expert, otherwise known as the Snowman, and along with his fellow new recruits, Chewy, Suresh, and Alex. I remember thinking this kid Bally is either the cockiest or craziest recruit I've ever seen, showing up at a police station looking like he's headed to a Miami nightclub. He turned and smiled at me with those massive dimples that we all see in the photos before us, and he said, "Hi, sir, I'm Tarun Bally." And without me knowing, my world had just changed. I was now slowly being wrapped up in the Bally vortex, which is this indescribable force that opens your heart to Bally without your conscious awareness. I had very few interactions with Bally over the coming weeks as we were on opposite shifts, but fate and a platoon shuffle brought us together in June of 2024. This was also the time that he and his love, Kamal, celebrated their union. I was already beginning to understand how special Bally was, but I was still caught off guard when he invited me, my wife Nicole, and our entirety of our A platoon to his wedding. Hesitant to mix work with personal life as his sergeant, I felt it was best not to attend, and it's a decision I will forever regret. I realized later that this invitation wasn't something he felt he had to do for his sergeant and his new platoon. Bally genuinely wanted us there. He wanted to share one of the most important days of his life with the people he now considered part of his family. That's who Bally was. He had an extraordinary way of making people feel valued, welcome, and included. He didn't just build friendships, he built a family. Yes, he really was that amazing. In the coming months, I started to really learn who Bally was. I won't lie and say he was a rock star of policing right off the bat, but he was so determined to succeed that he accepted all manner of coaching and training that we provided. These folks before you, Pyra, Chayros, Jones, and Jazz, took Bally under their wings, as was his magic. He quickly folded them into the ever-growing group of Bally minions. He rapidly developed as a vital and loved member of our platoon family, and without doubt, Pyra's wingman. We generally patrol solo in Dufferin Detachment, but Pyra and Bally were attached at the hip, and ironically enough, managed to ride in the same cruiser on a regular basis. Yes, Pyra, me, Dunning, and Newman were very aware of the Pyra-Bally glitch. Bally was the first Canadian with Indian heritage on our shift. I describe his heritage that way because his father, Ashok, has made it very clear to me in our conversations how proud he is to be Canadian, and also to celebrate his traditions and beliefs as an Indian-born family. Our platoon quickly became reliant on Bally whenever we needed help communicating in Punjabi or Hindi. In fact, our confidence in his translation abilities grew so much that one night on a roadside traffic stop, we called him for help in communicating with a stranded South Asian man. Bally got on the phone and listened intently as the man explained what he needed. After a few moments, Bally paused and calmly replied to us, "This guy doesn't speak Punjabi or Hindi. I think maybe he's Sri Lankan." After a good Bally laugh, we all learned an important lesson that night. Bally's translation skills, although impressive, are limited to the languages he actually speaks. Of course, that didn't stop us from calling him every chance we got. I know that this celebration of Bally is not about me. However, to create a clear picture of his impact on everyone he touched, I think it's important to speak of my personal experience. As a leader, I try not to get too emotionally involved with my people. I feel as though I keep an arm's length so that I can treat them all the same and provide them all the same level of counsel and assistance. I was even quite adamant with my wife that I treat everyone the same. And I know you're waiting for it. Here comes the but. I broke my own rule with Bally. I not only brought him into my home and introduced him to my family, I placed him under my arm like a son. In that same vortex I spoke of earlier, he also entrapped my wife, and she quickly became known to him as Mama Moore. Suddenly we had a son who never asked anything of us and only gave us love and friendship. There's nothing I can say today that will lessen the sorrow and anguish felt by everyone who knew Bally. We each carry that loss in our own way. But for Bally's family, the pain is immeasurable. For Ashok and Nina, his parents who brought him into this world and watched him grow into the remarkable man we all came to know and love. For Swarnjeet and Naresh, his father and mother-in-law, who welcomed him into their family as a son. For Shiv, who gained not only a brother-in-law, but a true friend and confidant in Bally. For Manisha and her husband Raj, who had a loving brother who cared deeply for their son Ray. And for Varun and his wife Manisha, who had a devoted brother and loving uncle to Orion and Erica. And then there is Kamal. None of us can truly understand the depth of pain that has been forced upon Bally's soulmate, best friend, and life partner. The loss she carries is beyond measure. Kamal, please know you will not carry that burden alone. You will have the love, support, and strength of all of us for as long as you need it. That's a promise made without hesitation and without condition. The last thing I have the emotional capacity to give today is a message to my friend, brother, and adopted son, Bally. Thank you for being who you were every day without fail. A respected and loved police officer in our province and community, a dedicated friend who never faltered, a bright ray of sunshine on the cloudiest of days to anyone who had the pleasure of knowing you. You always had a bro hug, slap on the back, or you're hearing it here, an ear rub for anyone who wanted it. Personal space didn't exist in your world. You brought a smile to everyone's face and a laugh to everyone's life. Although you were viciously taken from us with malice and hate, you showed us all how to live with pride, courage, honor, and above all else, love. Our policing community will honor your memory forever, and I will love you and miss you for the rest of my life. Papa Moore, A Platoon, and your entire police family, 10-7. Thank you.
Thank you for those touching words, Sergeant Moore. At this time, I welcome Tarun's wife, Kamal, to the podium for words of reflection. She will be accompanied by Tarun's brother and sister.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today to honor my husband, OPP Constable Tarun Bali. The last few days have felt like a lifetime. I've spent countless hours looking through photos, reliving memories, and holding on to every piece of Tarun that I can. Through all of those moments, one thing became very clear, and that's the person we're here to honor today, who was extraordinary. Not because of any title he carried, but because of the way he loved and cared for others, and how he made people feel. To me, Tarun was my best friend, my safe place, my greatest love, my home. He was the person I turned to without even thinking, and he somehow made even the heaviest days feel lighter. Many people knew him as a police officer, but I knew him as the man who carried the weight of this profession and still came home with kindness. He spent endless hours serving others, facing things that most of us will never fully understand, yet he never allowed those experiences to harden him. Tarun had a gift for making people feel valued, including myself. He showed up when people needed him. He listened without judgment. He gave his time and his energy and his heart freely to everyone. Whether you knew him for years or only a short period of time, he left an impression on you. And that is why this loss feels so immense. I always described Tarun as a light. I would always tell him, "You are my light." And while myself and you all lost that light far too soon, it hasn't disappeared. It lives on in every life he touched, every friendship he built, and every person he helped, and every officer who had the privilege of serving alongside him. I want to take this moment and this opportunity to thank the Ontario Provincial Police and the Association and everyone involved in guiding us, including Sergeant Jay Moore, Sergeant Richard Mora. We got Sunny, and we got Coyer over there. Thank you, guys. There are no words, really, that could fully express the gratitude that my family and I feel for the love and support that you guys have shown while grieving this loss yourselves. But we appreciate you. To every officer, every server, every service, every community leader, every government official, the commissioner, and everyone who reached out, checked on us during these impossible days, thank you. Your support, your love for Tarun have meant everything to us, and it's more than you'll ever know and more than I will ever be able to express to you. To the entire Dufferin County Detachment and Tarun's platoon, Tarun loved you all with his whole heart. He was proud to wear the uniform, but he was just as proud of the people who stood beside him wearing it. You were more than co-workers, you were also his family, and you also became mine. You challenged him, supported him, you laughed with him, you helped shape him into the incredible, extraordinary officer that he became. Every time he spoke about work, I want you to know that he spoke about all of you in admiration, in respect, and in deep gratitude. One of the things that I, standing here, am most thankful for is that Tarun never kept those parts of his life separate. He introduced me to people who mattered to him the most. He shared your stories, he spoke about you often, he built these relationships long before I ever knew how much I would need them. Because when my world fell apart, I wasn't left alone. Tarun left my family and I surrounded by people who have wrapped their arms around us, people who made us feel safe when nothing felt safe, and those who brought comfort in the most uncomforting times. You continue to remind us that love, loyalty, and kindness that he gave so freely still lives on through all of you. So thank you. To the James Bay region, to everybody up in Hearst, to the officers that were there that day, this message is directly to you. I know that some of you may carry heavy thoughts from that day, and I know some of you may replay those moments in your minds and wonder if there was something more that you could have done. But I need you to hear this from me and on behalf of my family, that you did everything that you could in that moment. And sometimes, as painful as it is to accept, even our very best efforts can't change the outcome, and that's not your fault. If there's one thing that I can ask of you all, it's to please be kind to yourselves and to give yourselves some grace and compassion that Tarun would have given each of you. Instead of carrying the weight of what might have been, carry the memory of who Tarun was, his kindness, his courage, his commitment to helping others and serving. So every time you put on that uniform, and every time you begin a shift, and every time you answer a call, I want you to remember him. Let his memory give you strength, and whenever you feel alone, just remember that that part of him will always walk with you, no matter what. To Tarun, my words fall short of how I feel. But I am so lucky to love you and to be loved by you, and I'm so proud of you. Thank you for choosing me and loving me so much. So much. It has been an honor, and it will continue to be an honor to be your wife. And no amount of time would ever have been enough, truly, but I will cherish every moment we shared. You are my greatest blessing, my best friend, the love of my life. I love you with my whole heart. Until we meet again, I hope you rest peacefully. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for sharing with us, Kamal. Those words will bring great comfort to all of us in this room. I would now like to invite Mr. Ashok Bali, Tarun's father, to share some reflections.
I don't know how I can start today. Hello, everyone. My name is Ashok Bali, and I'm the proud father of OPP Constable Tarun Bali, my love. Thank you, guys. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for being here today. It means more of our family than words can say. I would also like to extend a special thank you to the Ontario Provincial Police for standing beside us, for supporting us through this incredibly difficult time. I love you guys. You guys, incredible, really, really. I also want to thank the leaders and members of our community for honoring my son in such a special way. The love, respect, and support you have shown our family will never be forgotten. These are no words that can truly describe the loss we are feeling. As a father, losing a son is a pain that is impossible to put into words. But if there is one message I would like to leave with everyone today, it is this: please, please, and humbly I will say, everybody, respect this profession and hold it in the highest regard. Every day, police officers leave their families behind and put themselves in the trouble way to protect us, protect you, protect everybody. The courage, dedication, and sacrifice they show should never be taken for granted. It deserves our recognition, our appreciation, and our support with our open heart to them. They are the real heroes, whosoever is having this stress. My family and I came to Canada in 2005, and I, like other hardworking immigrants, my wife and I also worked hard to raise our kids, to give them a life of full opportunities, and we made them capable enough to stand on their own. My son, who was also a husband, a brother, a loving uncle, dedicated his life to serve and protect in this country. Tarun was proud to wear his uniform. As you saw in his picture, when he was great, I think he was a 2 or 3 year old, he wanted to become an officer. He loved being part of this community, and he believed deeply in helping others. We hope this legacy will remind people of the commitment and sacrifice made by officers every single day. These police officers, they're remarkable jobs they are doing. Everybody have to respect them. I have some few words in my Punjabi language for my son. बड़ा औखा है दिल ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਾਣਾ बड़ा औखा है दिल ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਾਣਾ It's very hard to convince your heart ਤੇਰਾ ਛੋਟੀ ਉਮਰੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣਾ You're too young to leave us याद करके गुरुआं दी कुर्बानी I'm remembering my ancestors, my forefathers, my gurus. They have done the sacrifice for the nation, for the country. मैं मान लिया ओदा पाना मैं उस I accept his decision, whatever the decision by the God. And my son, तू मेरा नाम रोशन किया है You make me proud in the country and you sacrifice your life and I'm really, really proud of you. I love you. I will miss you. You will always hear in my heart. And once again, I'm thankful to everybody, whosoever is here in that time of that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. I will now invite Tarun's family members and friends, Haider Bajwa, Sahil Kohli, and Ankush Sharma to share some reflections.
You want to do one by one or?
One by
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay, so you can go first. Okay. Go speak up. Say we love you, Chachu. Take it, Jaldi. Okay, Rash.
I'm going to speak something.
Speak. Okay.
I love you, Tarun, Chachu, Mamu. Om Trambikam Yajamahi Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Ore Padukami Mandinan Mrityo Mokshi Amamritat Om Bhuvarvirveshaha Tastaritar Arenyam Argodevas Siddhi Mahi Deyonona Prachodaya
I love you, Chachu.
I love you.
Chal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sahil, and I'm one of Tarun's many close friends. First, I want to thank everyone here, and for those that are watching on the live stream, for being part of celebrating a hero's life today. The love and support Troon's family and friends have received over the past 9 days has been truly incredible, and we are all very, very grateful for it. Growing up, Troon was never the smartest in the room, he was never the fastest, and definitely wasn't the quietest one in any room he entered. But if there was one thing he was best at, it was showing up with a smile on his face, day after day after day. I'll never forget when he came to us and told us he's going to be doing the 75 Hard Challenge, which at that time was a challenge that was not completed by many people. And I remember we all looked at him and we laughed. We told him, "You won't make it past day 5, but good luck, buddy." "75 days later, what do you know? He did it. He accomplished what he set out to do. And I still remember his smile that day, knowing he proved us all wrong once again. That was one of the many goals Troon set for himself. Another one was even bigger, and that was to serve and protect his community. A man of honor, love, peace, and protection, Troon Bali will forever be remembered as a hero. A hero who ran toward danger so the rest of us wouldn't have to. A hero who put his loved ones first. A hero who genuinely cared about your life and your goals, not as small talk, but genuinely because he wanted to see you win in life, just not at golf. Today, Troon, if you're watching down on us, I'm proud to call you my brother. I'm proud of the time I got to spend with you. I'm proud of the man you became. I know you're looking down on us, and I just want you to know how deeply you're loved and how deeply you're missed. Rest in peace, my brother. We've got it from here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Haider, and for the last 20 years, it's been an absolute honor to share the majority of my life with a superhero, Tarun Bali. For all of us in this room, you can attest to how selfless and caring he was. His smile lit up any time he walked into the room. Tarun had a determination that showed up in everything that he did, even his wardrobe. No matter what the scales said, he was convinced that he was a size medium, and nothing could change his mind. Throughout the last week, getting to meet Tarun's extended family, colleagues, and friends, one thing has become very clear. Tarun Bali never changed himself for anyone. He was true to himself, no matter who he was around, one of the kindest, most genuine souls I've ever come across. His commitment to serving as a police officer was unwavering. Not many people look forward to going to work every day, but Tarun was definitely one of them. I once asked Tarun if he won the lottery, would he quit his job? He laughed and said no without any hesitation, a true testament to the type of person that he was. He had a rare gift of putting others before him, and not because he wanted recognition, but that is simply who he was. His impact has crossed communities and countries. Tarun was determined to make this world a better place, and he did that till the very end. He leaves behind a legacy of hard work and grit that has set an example for many of us. There will never be another Tarun Bali, but there will be a generation inspired by his sacrifice. He will be cherished, he will be remembered, and he will be loved. And he is looking down on us right now with his infectious smile. They say legends never die. When I think of Tarun, I think that's true. His legacy lives on in every life he touched, every person he's helped, and every memory we carry with us forever. Tarun, rest in paradise, my brother. You will always have a place in our hearts. I am so proud of you. I love you. And I know you'll always be watching over us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ankush, and I am one of Tarun's older cousins, a very proud older cousin. Tarun was born in India and very proud of his heritage. And he came to Canada with a dream, and that was to become a police officer. He built a life here. He proudly wore the uniform of a Canadian officer. And not only did he become an OPP constable, but he sacrificed his life fighting for Canadians. An Indian man came here, sacrificed his life fighting for Canadians. Story is one of courage, sacrifice, devotion to the country that he called home. And today, as we say goodbye, we also give thanks and celebrate his life. We're grateful for the years and memories and moments we were blessed to share with Tarun. We deeply miss his smile, his presence, his aura, everything about him. Comfort of knowing he was there for us. His energy was unmatchable. One memory that we have is we played tennis a lot. He was always better than me, but I never told him that. So today, I'm still gonna say I'm better. But he got frustrated sometimes and would throw his racket to the ground. And I'd ask him, like, why are you so serious here? What's wrong? And he looked at me and say, I'm way better than this. And at the time, I was just like, it's just tennis, and we're just having fun. But that was his mindset. That's how he carried himself about everything. It was 100% or 0%. And I'm very, very proud to be his cousin because of the man that he became, because of that mindset. He was competitive, but it was never about winning or beating other people. It was about pushing. And whether as a husband, or whether as a brother, or whether as a son, he wanted to be better in every aspect, as a friend, and as a police officer as well. That drive made him the man that he is, and that's why I look up to him as my younger brother. I'll always remember him, and for his family, the loss is immeasurable. His brothers, his friends, I speak for all of you guys. He was not just a best friend and a cousin and a brother to us, he was a role model to us. And his parents, loved ones have lost someone whose presence brought so much joy to their lives. Together, and just want to say rest in peace to Tarun Bali. You'll forever be missed, forever loved, and forever be remembered. And Tarun, if you're listening, I love you, we love you, and you will always be missed and you'll never be forgotten. We promise to keep your memory alive forever, and we vow to be there for the family for the rest of our lives.
Thank you for sharing those wonderful reflections. At this time, members of the ceremonial unit will assist Commissioner Thomas Carrique as he presents Provincial Constable Bali's forage cap and the Ontario Provincial Police flag to his family. Please welcome once again Pandit Abhay Shastri and Acharya Sudarshan Sharma to conclude today's service with a prayer.
As we are offering our concluding prayers, we seek peace and we seek blessings from the divine on this departed soul. Om Dyo Shantirantariksha Shanti Prithivi Shantira Shantiroshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shantirvishve Deva Shantir Brahma Shanti Sarvagum Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi. Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you very much for that closing prayer. It is now time for the recessional. Please stand. Provincial Constable Bali's safe passage has been entrusted to the ceremonial unit.